Sono was one of them. Sono was another. Wow. Hmm. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, April the 5th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know that you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, Green Trades. All right, what's happening this morning? Wow, this NNOX is absolutely ripping here up. When I first saw it, it was at 1248, so it's tacked on another 70 cents. When I first saw it, I didn't see any news on it, but I guess now they're opening. The news is they're opening a South Korean fabrication plant to produce semiconductor chips. All right, so that is their news for NNOX. Crawling off the bottom, guys. I remember looking at this one. I know it was last month. I was thinking this was going to be one of those shorts. It was an all-time low. I figured it was just going to continue down. It didn't happen the day that I was looking at it. And it's definitely trying to crawl off the bottom. You can see the weekly chart last week. It came off the bottom and it's continuing. Of course, this is only yesterday's candle. So it had a great day yesterday. And then it's NNOX. Keep an eye on this RCUS, okay? I can't remember there were two. Sono was the other one. I can't remember the other one before Sono. Um, they have been added. The news came in after hours. They've been added to the S&P Small Cap 600. All right, and the last two, Sono for sure. I just can't remember the one before it. Did very well during the day. I mean, even though the gap up, I've already got a big gap up, but during the day, they did very well. Now, of course, that doesn't mean this one is going to do the same thing, but definitely keep an eye on RCUS to see if it once it opens, it just starts to climb higher. Let's see if I can find Sono the day that happened. Yeah, I think it was this day here, and then it had a continuation the next day. Okay, but the thing is that it opened and it kept moving higher. I mean, there was the open 29. and tacked on about $1. Anyway, we'll see what happens with Arcus. And the other thing with Sono is that it had a continuation the next day. Again, this is not to say that Arcus is going to do exactly the same thing, but definitely keep an eye on it once the market opens. Of course, Twitter, man, what a be very interesting with Twitter over the next few months, years even. I don't know. I mean, with Elon on board now, quite the day yesterday and a continuation so far. Now, SBFM, very low float. Just checked a Canadian company. Their headquarters is very, very close to where I grew up in Pointe Claire, Quebec. But SBFM is still hanging in there. Well, hanging in there, not only just hanging in there, it hasn't given up anything. It's a cancer drug, and it's a all-time high now. And of course, that low float. Okay, guys, we're getting just a tad political here, okay? Forget that. I mean, I know it's off topic, but just forget about all that stuff, all right? Arcon, RCON. CON. So he gapped up, and let's see, the co-founder has upped his stake to 50%. That was the news for Arcon, another low float, 25 million. China stock. CGNT. This is an earnings play. Like this could show up on the 10-day daily breakdown. It's an earnings play. It's a lifetime low. And just have to wait and see what happens once the market opens. Israeli stock, CGNT. But you YouTubers, can you hear me? I didn't hear anybody say they could hear me or see the post. Just want to make sure you guys are live also. Now, Twitter, let's look at Twitter. Oh, it's through the 200-day moving average also. That's important. It's through the 200-day moving average. It's through the VWAP, of course. So that is very, very impressive, guys. I mean, it got up there yesterday, but now it is through. Okay, thank you, Monsieur Guillaume. First Solar, FSLR, a downgrade by, I believe it is Bank of America. FSLR, a downgrade. That is really something. FSLR, downgraded by Bank of America, BOA. Another little one here, DTSS. See if it's held this gain. Nah, not really. They had some kind of a $7.88 million procurement deal or agreement. Okay, so, but it's a low float China stock. I just have my doubts that it's going to continue. CVNA, I know Zach said he was going to be looking at this one. CVNA, this is a downgrade by, I believe it is RBC Capital. So they've they've cut it to 138 from 155. So we're underneath that now. I do see that the NCLH and Carnival are up. I just can't get too enthused about them. I mean, nice to see that their bookings are the most ever, but I don't know. I just can't get too enthused about them. There's a 200-day for CCL at 21.85, so it's about $1 away. NCLH, let's take a look at what that 200-day is. They're all kind of the same, the 200 days. Yeah, that one's about the same, about $1 away. And that ATER, yeah, ATER from yesterday. So it's actually holding. It's actually holding. It's not a low float. Now, meanwhile, SBFM has taken out six. Where this goes, I'm not in this one. This is not shortable for me. SBFM is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So this started trading in it as SBFM not that long ago, back in February. And all that Twitter news from yesterday, et cetera, is really taking its toll on DWAC. And was saying yesterday that if it takes out 50, look out below. And there goes Twitter, guys. So, I mean, I'm not a big swing trader, but boy, if I were looking at something to swing through the 200-day moving average, lots of room, lots of hype now about Twitter. Up to you. You look at the room it's got. So the monthly chart, on the monthly chart, the next high looking left is 55.33. But this is all completely news driven now, of course. And what the heck is Elon going to do in there, shaking them up? I didn't go over this one. This has just been devastated, just been crushed. IMRA, they're discontinuing their drug, discontinuing their trial, I guess. So IMRA just got absolutely crushed. Meanwhile, this swing trade I took in the simulator on Friday is still working. SLI, okay, SLI. This is a lithium play. SLI, a lithium play. Boy, the EVs were just absolutely ripping yesterday. And Twitter, wow, Twitter is really starting to surge here, guys. Again, I'm not a big swing trader, but I'm not going to tell anybody what to do. But this is obviously something that once it's through the 200-day moving average, that's an important area to get through. Don't lose sight of the ARCUS, RCUS. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to do the same thing as a Sono and the other one that was added to the S&P mid cap or small cap 600, but All right, it is 9:12, so I'm going to take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades from the analysts we have this morning from briefing.com. And again, wow, we've got way more downgrades than upgrades. So anyway, I'll get some of them in now. This is from briefing.com, nothing to do with trade ideas. We have an upgrade for Clean Harbors from Goldman. Let's take a look at Goldman at CLH. See what they're doing. CLH. Yeah, nothing really. And another one that Goldman upgraded was GNRC. Right. Really expensive stock, but look at Twitter go, guys. I mean, look at Twitter. Wow. All right, let's get the downgrades in now. We're looking for right now are multiple downgrades. In other words, the same stock being downgraded by different firms. I don't see any right yet. There's that first solar downgrade. There's that Carvana downgrade. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. I think this MFA must be some kind of a buyout. I don't see any news on it. I just see it's flatlining across here. So I don't, or I don't, yeah, I don't really understand what's going on with this one. Is maybe they did a reverse split? Yeah, so this is a reverse split, okay? So this is really not up 289%. This is a reverse split for MFA. It was a 1-for-4 reverse split. Boy, Twitter guys. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Twitter. It'd be wild if we have a bigger jump than yesterday. So yesterday, from 39, that was the close on Friday. It got up to 50. I think they said that was the biggest jump in its history. It's got to be in terms of a percentage. Okay, listen, I'm just going to stop it right here about the free speech stuff. Okay, I mean, I know that it's getting too political, guys. Okay, we can concentrate on Twitter about Elon coming in. That's great, fine. Okay, but I really want to cut this short about the free speech and hate speech and this and that. All right. Doesn't matter what, I don't care what side of the fence you're on. Let's just cut it short right now. Meanwhile, NNOX is just wow, 35 million in the flow too. So it's not a crazy low flow situation. All to do with a South Korean opening a South Korean fabrication plant to produce semis. Actually, Perry, let's take a look at Perry. This was the one I was talking about yesterday. So it hasn't, yeah, I mean, it could be a second day continuation. It hasn't done anything yet, but had earnings yesterday. Fabulous day yesterday. Basically all day. I mean, it opened at 24, closed at 26. Really didn't have any sort of a pullback, maybe like a 15-cent pullback from its high of the day, which is nothing. So yeah, keep an eye on this one. As I said yesterday, could be a second day continuation off earnings. It has room, obviously. Look at that weekly chart. Look at the monthly chart. Yeah, no, well, I didn't mention it this morning, PJ. We just talked about it all day yesterday, as a potential second day continuation. Well, meanwhile, guys, this NNOX is just, I don't know where it's going. Let's see, do I have shorts available for that one? I do have shorts available, 130,000 at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it right now or even ever. It's just a matter of, if it gets, I mean, it's getting semi-parabolic right now. And if you look left on the weekly chart, the next high is 1636. Is that right? Actually, 13, yeah, so 1345. So it's above that high. So the next high is 1636. Yes, LILM, definitely, definitely maintained its gains from yesterday. Little pop in the pre-market up to 567. Yeah, I mean the SBFM. I mean, I have no idea where this is going. I mean, it's an all-time high now, though I don't know really what happened here. This may have been part of trading as SBFM, obviously as a symbol here. I don't think it really came from 8 cents. I might have. This is back in 2021. I don't know if this was a reverse split. I really don't know enough about this company, SBFM. When I say I'm not talking about what they do, I'm talking about their trading history right here. All right, it is wow, 9:22 already. Let me just do a quick look at the sectors. So we're in for a mildly negative open, looking at the SPY's down just a little bit. So what I'm going to do right now, as I do about 10 minutes before they open every day, take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening. And as usual, energy is either 100% or 0%. In this case, it's not quite 100%. So before I talk about this one, What you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, this is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make it up. So when you see 90%, that means that 90% of them are above yesterday's close. Okay. That's what that 90% refers to. Many times what we see is either 100% or 0%. All depends on what's happening with the price of oil. So anyway, 90%. So energy, as we speak, is pretty strong, as opposed to say tech. 30% are only 30%. 70% are down from yesterday's close. Communication, 75% of them. Okay, so that's what these percentages refer to. Of course, it's going to all change. If I looked at this 15 minutes from now, 30 minutes from now, I mean, look at this. I mean, this is how rapidly things can change. Remember, these are just percentages. So I mean, let's take a look at the ones that are below. I mean, they're it's not like they're tanking or anything, but that's how rapidly things can change. Look at tech. What was that, 30? Now it's at 41%. So I usually look at this about an hour before the market opens. Just give me a moment, please. All right, so that's what I'll do in about half an hour, 45 minutes after the market opens. I'll take a look at this again. We'll see what sort of changes there are. Well, okay, somebody's asked a question in our YouTube room. Why would anybody trade NNOX with volume under 200? Well, this is pre-market volume. That's pretty good. This could be trading millions of shares by the end of the day. I mean, that's pre-market volume, so that is pretty. I'm not saying anybody's trading it right now, but we obviously have to pay attention to it. SBFM, where are you going to go? Unfortunately, not shortable for me, so don't know where this is going. 3.9 million in the float. That is the reason why something can be up 184%. I forgot to mention SST. I've got it second on my list. SST was an earnings play yesterday, I believe, right? SST was an earnings play yesterday. Yeah, so this is a second day continuation of earnings. There's the earnings play. Released earnings, let's see, yeah, before the market opened yesterday. Had the nice gap up and big continuation right now. However, it has given up a lot here, guys. I mean, that was at 24. Now it's down to 19. It's not a crazy low float. And this is not shortable again. Well, relative volume is not applicable in the pre-market. So I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. This one had a downgrade this morning. BRCC, what a run it's had for the last 2 months plus the 4 days of April, 5 days of April. But I think it had a downgrade. Yeah, Raymond James Raymond James downgraded it. Guys, just checking to see if anything is sneaking up or sneaking in. There's that Arcus, guys. Don't lose sight of it. Add it to the S&P small cap 600. SPY is basically flattened out. Well, let's see if the EV plays are as strong as they were yesterday. This one is just showing up here, guys. Joby. While it popped up and it came right back down, JOBY. It just, well, it's up. Something's happening. Thank you, William. Yeah, a minute to the open, guys. So let's have a great trading day today. And again, typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I let things settle down. Trying to let things settle down. Okay, so they've had an upgrade by Cantor Fitzgerald. Target of $10 for Joby. Okay, so that is your Joby news this morning. All right, we are now open. Okay, all right, the SPFM is hanging tough. Well, the SPFM, I mean, this could just go without me. I don't like taking them this early, but this may just start to keep ripping here. There's Peabody, guys, BTU. Of course, energy is strong this morning. BTU. It's one of the more active energy stocks. Here's Teva. Wow, Teva, what a run Teva's had over the last few days. Look at Teva, TEVA. And the volume is just increasing on Twitter here, TWTR. And we have our first halt, GGR, our first halt. Well, I guess NUTX got halted also earlier. GGR just got halted. Or is this okay? This is some kind of an okay. This is an uplisting or something. The reason I say that because it was trading in the pre-market. I mean, it's making its. Oh, that's right. This is the one. This is the SPAC guys from yesterday. GGR. That's right. Okay, making its debut today. Here's Sava taking a dive here, guys. I got as high as $40 pre-market, down to 36 something now, just underneath 37. All right, Ater, ATER, holding its gains, pre-market gains, just above, almost above, I think yesterday's high. Yes, ATER. Look at the SPY. What a move. Look at this first 15-minute candle. Now that might be, yeah, look at this first 15-minute candle. That's right. Thank you, Dwayne. Yeah, PPGH turned into GGR today. DraftKings breaking down under 20. DKNG breaking down under 20. And the next low looking left. It doesn't have a ton of room. 1911, maybe down to 19. All right, guys. RCUS. Again, can tell you what to do, but add it to that S&P 500 or 600 small cap. Look at the China stocks. KWEB taking a big drop here. KWEB, look at this. So if you're in a China stock right now, obviously beware. Yeah, and as predicted, look at Billy, guys. BILI, one of the very, very actively China stocks that is traded. BILI. However, look at Ding Dong. This is a China stock and it is not succumbing. DDL, I wonder if there's any specific news on them. Yeah, I mean, this is really ripping. This is going against the grain, guys. The rest of the China stocks. GGR did resume, did not pop. Okay, guys, SBFM is holding here. It is holding. It is not It is not drifted down at all. I mean, there was the pre-market right there, 610. So it's held six very well. Here's one that's moving also. GPRK is moving. No action at all pre-market. What's the volume like? Where are they out of? This is Chile. Oh, interesting. Chile. All right, keep an eye on the SBFM. SBFM as it has pulled back just a little bit. Did gold trigger? I know it didn't trigger yesterday. How did it do? Oh yeah, look at this now. What was the trigger again? 2480 or 18 or something? 2514. Okay. One moment, please. All right, guys. I mean, this DDL is going completely against the trend here for the China stocks. DDL completely against the trend. I don't see any specific news for it. But you look at the rest of the China stocks, and just look at KWeb. And KWeb is doing this, and DDL is doing this. All right. All right, guys, SBFM could be getting ready. Takes out 650 again. This could get it rocking again. Look at the volume that came in. SBFM trading the float. I mean, 54 million have traded already. Say 4 million in the float. Meanwhile, NNOX guys, NNOX continues here. Look at the volume. See the volume now, Monsieur Gill. I mean, 670,000. Again, this is going to trade millions today. 508,000 right there. Look at the pop for NNOX. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Boy, if this SBFM takes out 650, just kind of hanging around this area right now. Look at the SPY. Look at that candle here. So the Dow is up, Nas is down, SPY's up just a little bit. Remember, the SPY had a negative open, but has crept back to get into positive status. All right, look at Joby, man, oh man. I mean, got up to 664, pulled right back down. This is a price target of 10 put in by Cantor Fitzgerald. Meanwhile, Annie, I did see Annie in the pre-market, ANY. I did see it up here. Look at the volume that's coming into Henny now, ANY. See any news for this ding dong? I cannot see any news for it. DDL. This is going again counter to the rest of the China stocks, but I do not see any news for it. And it's a big float too. I mean, this is a that's a big percentage move with that float. Boom! SBFM, guys. For a while. Right. Well, there's Sava. Now, Sava is it can be a really difficult trader here. Now, Sava is showing up my 10-day daily breakdown. What do we have looking left? The next lows are around 32.40. The reason I say it's difficult, it's a kind of a bit of an emotional stock. So you can get a little bit whippy. Continuing down, I did not take it. I did not take it, Sava. It is on the 10-day daily breakdown. If it really takes it out again, this SBFM, that 660 level. Wow, NNOX, almost a million shares now. NNOX. I did not take this one. All right, we are first 15 minutes in. Wow, NO, there's no stopping this one right now. NNOX, no stopping it. Look at this. What a move. Somebody said that too, my trades, that CCL in its history, record bookings for the month or something like that in its history, I think. Yesterday's flyer, JMIA is starting to give it up. Got as high as 1260, down to 1137 right now. Starting to really give it up here. So, okay, I'm looking at some news on Any names. So they have a new CEO. So it looks like they're Duncan McEwen. Okay, so I guess they've got a new CEO. So that is the news, I guess, for Any, ANY. Interesting that First Solar. Let's take a look at First Solar because I had a downgrade this morning. My guess is that it's popping. If you're saying 10 is moving higher, FSLR, a downgrade this morning. Yeah, look at this. Nice recovery. Hmm. Sorry, I did not mean to type that in to the room, but it's there. All right, guys. So this SBFM is just kind of resting here. I'd like to take another look at it if it gets over 650 again. Just kind of resting here. The volume is tapered off. Wow, look at SST after that pullback. Wow. Second day is a bigger bigger candle today than yesterday. Yesterday was his earnings day. This is a continuation, all-time high now, SST, and just got halted. SST just got halted. The warrant, SST plus, is not halted. Funny, the warrants don't get halted. Meanwhile, I haven't looked at well, I got them thumbnail, GME and AMC. Again, GME just flirting with that 200-day moving average again. 163.54, 163.64. So the lows of the previous 2 days were around 154. Stick an alert there. Takes these lows out. You know, again, this could start another move down. I don't know. It doesn't look like they do, Bob. Doesn't look like they do. I don't think I've ever seen a warrant halted. And DC got halted. I don't know if this is a. Confusing for me. I don't know if this is an IPO today, DC. I mean, it looks like it is. I mean, but it's usually IPOs don't start trading this early, or it's an uplisting, or anyway, it's halted. DC is halted. All right, I do see there's a short from the AI right now. The next low looking left on the daily is 54.75. So if you're in that one, you've got some room here. Well, let's see what the projected opens are for SST. Actually, no real clue. It's 2680, 2681. So no real clue. This is what I'm looking at right now. This is from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt. There are the projected opens, 2680, 81. So no real clue where it's going to open. Yeah, this is what I was afraid of with the Sava. It's just too, I find it too difficult at the beginning anyway to take a short on something like this because I know it can easily pop and it's actually trying to come back. We got some bottoming tails there. On the 5-minute chart for Sava, so the sellers tried to knock it down several times, but the buyers are somewhat in control right now. I'm looking much rather see one near an all-time low. Means that they've gone negative. Hasn't changed it. If you're looking at the from the channel bar, it's sorted on the profitables. So if I get rid of this, I guess there's been another one. Yeah, so it got stopped out. It got stopped out. So you're not going to see it if you got it sorted on the profitable, if that's what you mean. It's to get you just to focus on the ones that are working for the day. Meanwhile, SST just absolutely exploded. This is unbelievable. I mean, look at this volume or this candle right here, this daily candle. I mean, this was earnings yesterday. I am not in this one, unfortunately. I halted again. It's not, it's funny. It's not a crazy low float. All-time high, of course. Do not lose sight of the SBFM, guys. Do not lose sight of it. Takes out that 650 again. It's kind of hanging around. Crazy low float, 3.9 million. Traded 66 million already. Has cancer in the press release. So, I mean, it's an eye-catching press release, of course. Meanwhile, Ding Dong is still moving higher here. I wish I could find some specific news for it. And again, this is not a low float, 173 million in the float. This is not a low float. Well, I'm looking at, if it can take out that 650, 650, 660 level again, that'll get me interested. Just these highs right here. See how it's basing? Look at the 5-minute chart. Look how it's basing, but always on volume, right? It's got to have some volume to come in. And I see right now, I mean, look at the 5-minute chart. Look how the volume has just dwindled. Okay, so right now there's not the enthusiasm for the stock right now. So we need some volume. I mean, look at the 2-minute chart. Look how the volume has just decreased. So even if it, like gave a quick spurt up to 650 or 660, but on no volume, I wouldn't take the trade. Well, that's why I just put a price alert. Okay, don't have to stare at it. I just put a price alert. If it happens, my price alert window will pop up on my screen, and then I can click on the alert, and I can just see what's happening with the chart. Well, I don't know, Bob. I mean, maybe, but I'm not gonna try to predict it's going to take it out right now. I mean, I just, the psychology of traders, once it takes out a high of the day, you keep running. I mean, there's nothing stopping it on the chart, and it's got that press release. So, listen, so that's why we'll never anticipate. I'm not going to anticipate. Well, let's just take it at 632 because I think it's going to take out 650. No. Right, guys, use the price alerts. Okay, you don't have to stare at a chart. Just put the price alert in, and then forget about it. You will rarely look at a spy. What a move here now, guys. You will rarely see me anticipate a move. Okay. All I do is put a price alert. And if it happens, it happens. If not, but I don't sort of say to myself, well, you know what? I think it's going to. So why not just take it now? If I'd done that on this one, Well, depending on how many shares I would have taken, I would have not I would have not liked that trade at all. Well, I don't know what you're talking about because it hasn't triggered, but not neither those blue lines are still there. So how to make a price alert? Okay, so if we click on new from our toolbar and then click on the price alerts window, okay, that's the first step. So when that price alerts window pops up on your screen, this is what you'll see. Let me get rid of the ones that are okay. So now to make a price alert, you just go to the chart. So let's just say I wanted to make a price alert. I want to take this if it pulls back to SB, say to 550 or something or $5. Okay, so I go to the SBFM chart, position my mouse, see the dotted line. So I can right click, create the price alert. So it's at 520. Of course, I can change it if I want to make it at 515 or whatever. I can put a note in if I want. I typically don't. And then I just save it. That's it. So if it goes down to this price, my price alert window will pop up on my screen. I won't miss it. Okay. Wow, look at DWAC, guys. $50 now. DWAC, $50. DWAC. The next low looking left, I believe, is 45.20. 45.20, I believe, yes. Takes out that psychological 50 level. I don't really know what's going to hold it up. Well, Ding Dong is the one. I cannot understand this, why it is moving against the rest of the China market. I just don't see any news on it. And with that float, I mean, that's a huge float, 173 million in the float. To be up 34% on, I can't see any news. All right, now we have a big sell-off on the SPY. All right, so SST just got halted on the way down. This was never shortable for me, so I know it showed up on Zach's topping, but it was not shortable for me. So, I mean, here's the challenge, right? You get the first alert at 25.44, the next alert at 27.30, 33, 36, so I mean, difficult to figure out a top on that one. GME now giving up that 200-day moving average, guys. GME giving it up. There it is, 163.54. So a couple of dollars underneath now. AMC doing the same thing. Let me bring these up because I know a lot of people follow these two. That'd be crazy. What is the news on this DDL? All right, DC just resumed here. Again, I don't know if this is an uplisting. Wow, guys, DWAC now underneath 50, DWAC underneath 50, DWAC, and accelerating on the way down here. Well, okay, so the EV plays yesterday were Sterling. Today, I don't know if this is indicative of most of them, but there's Green Power, GP. 810 was the low yesterday. After that, down to 7. A big red candle now, guys. Yeah. Now it's a little bit skewed because I've there. Okay, that looks a little. That's a big red candle though. Excuse me, on the SPY, of course. Wow. So the one AI trade that is still working is the GTLB. I don't know if there's even. I think there's only one other one that got stopped out. I think that was the LILM. Um, Maybe taking advantage of the market coming down. GTLB. Okay, looking at some of your bottoming plays or bounce plays, Zach. I'm not seeing. I mean, they could. LVS could be interesting, I guess. Holds 38. I like to see the market on our side a little bit though, rather than having another big giant red candle. All right. Well, this NUTX has been halted several times. Just another halt. This was, of course, a crazy one yesterday. Got all the way up to $54 or so. NUTX. Or just a broad sell-off here, guys. Let's take a look at the sectors now. See how much they've changed. Sector status. Let's see if the energy plays. Yeah. So really, yeah. So there's tech. Only 20% are up from yesterday's close. 24% communications. Even energy, though, only. I mean, so this sort of financials. Okay, 2/3 of them are up from yesterday's close. Consumer staples strong, 84%. So if you look at Kroger as an example, KR, So look at DWAC now. What did I say? The next low looking left on the monthly chart. That's 36. So we're here 45.20. Looks like 45.20. The next low on the monthly chart. Not shortable. Man, DWAC not shortable anymore for me at Interactive Brokers. But this is a pretty wow, look at this, another red bar now on the SPY. Pretty indiscriminate sell-off, guys. Now that was shortable for me, DDL. Because when I always say that, I always talk about at Interactive Brokers. Cannot speak for your brokerage account, of course. Well, I guess Arcus is not going to do it. I thought, the last two that made it to the S&P Small Cap 600, they actually had great days. Maybe the market is just not going to allow this to happen for Arcus today, RCOS. You see how that see how my price alert popped up on my screen? So you sort on the trigger time, so you'll see it right at the top. I actually put a sound alert on this also because I have a wireless headset. So if I've wandered away from my computer, I'll hear the sound. Okay, so you cannot miss it. So use the price alerts. So looking at Zach's bounce plays, I mean, I certainly wouldn't take any bounces with the market doing this. Okay, you'd have to doesn't have to be going higher, but you don't want to see it just continuing to move down if you're going to try to play a bounce, in my opinion, anyway. Well, this is not over. SST, so it got halted on the way up again. SBRA on the way down here. SBRA. Let's take a look left. Probably got some support around 14, maybe. So you just look at the daily chart, maybe some support around 14. Oh, look at THCH then. THCH from Zach. Must be the wrong symbol. THCA. Yeah, I mean, this is an all-time high, almost an all-time high. So this is a SPAC, right? This is still a SPAC. Well, let's put an alert up here in that area. That would be an all-time high for it. Is that what SST was? Did it? Yeah, I guess it was. I guess it turned. Yeah, absolutely. You can see exactly what happened. This was a. I don't know what the SPAC was before. The symbol turned into SST 3 months ago. We didn't do too much, but this has definitely been a successful one. You know what else is moving down? This was a flyer from yesterday. I don't know if it's shortable for me, but VLRS. VLRS, yeah, it is shortable for me. Starting to move down at the 1886. So it's just underneath the 200-day moving average, underneath the VWAP, and that is VLRS. Of course, this was in the airline sector. VLRS, though, moving down. The next low looking left. It's got some room. Got some room. 1839. All right, so this, yeah, I only have to bring this up only because it keeps coming up on my Halts resumes. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, just for you, legal. If you're in the YouTube room, there you go. Okay, Chloe. Look at this one cratering. Okay, well, just for you, I took the noise canceling off as Chloe was here, so just for you. All right. Well, this one, another one, doggone it, not shortable. So NRGV just is showing up, popping here. NRGV, all-time high, had a big day yesterday, continuation today. NRGV. I say it's not shortable. I mean, it's showing up on Zach's topping plays, but it's just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, seeing if there's anything interesting happening. All right, guys, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at a couple of things on my other monitor, seeing if there's anything's popping. I mean, DWAC had a bit of a pop. All right, DDL. If you take out 6, this could spell the end of it. So I'm going to stick an alert here, 597 for DDL, and see if it takes out that 6 level and just cascades back down to. I mean, it may not. It may pop again from here, but I'm just going to put an alert just underneath 6 for DDL and see if it takes it out. You're right. I do have that one thumbnailed. I'm just glanced at this one. Yeah, ALLG heating up again. What's the high yesterday? Was 1342. So it's got to take out that. But if it takes out that, look out. 15, almost 16 is the next high looking left. Of course, this is a, I can't remember what they do anymore. Oh, this is an EV play, right? This is an EV play. Look at it go now, guys. ALLG. Be careful. Extremely whippy. So the magnet for it could be that high of 2 days ago. All right. 1595. So this had a downgrade today. BRCC had a tremendous run though for a few days. Great day yesterday. I'm keeping an eye on this ALLG to see if it explodes. Not an easy play, guys. ALLG, not an easy one. Okay, guys, the spread is actually tightened now on the ALLG briefly. All right, whew, DLPN. What are you doing? DLPN, of course, NFT play. They were crazy the last 2 days, though it had a big sell-off. 651 closed down here, a dollar lower. Bloom is off. Let's take a look at TCAT. Just Google it. Okay, go to Investopedia. Okay, if you Google warrants, says a very full job of it. Okay. All right, guys. Now, 10:30 already. All right. Well, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. And this is the format, Monday to Friday, between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen and live on the mic as I'm watching this ALLG. I'm going to do a fairly quick run through my homepage today and all. Okay, I'm not going to dwell too much on it. Just tell you how you can take out a subscription, the things you'll find on my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. All right, you want to take out a subscription. Here is a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha. You get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. This is how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans, an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. Premium is all about really the AI. Really admit the AI the last 2 weeks has really been pretty dormant. Anticipating probably a pickup once we get into earnings season. You don't have, and that's so you don't have to though take out an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, that's fine. Remember now the 15% applied to the 2000 and the 1000. A monthly subscription, though, this is what I would do if you don't know you want this product yet. You're still wondering. Take out a standard take out a monthly first, okay? 118, 228, less than 15%. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But if at any time you want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor the 15%, okay? But start off with a monthly. Do not take out an annual unless you're 100% certain you want the program. Now, if you're just starting out with Trade Ideas, please do this. We have this let's get started. Okay, and it starts off with the download, 1 out of 10, two of 10, the first startup and login, etc. Okay, so take 30 minutes, please do that before you do anything else. So there are 3 free sections. My homepage, the trade of the week, is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and all of the education is here. Okay, this is a great user guide. It's all searchable. It has segments. All right, you want to learn about stock racing, you want to learn about price alerts, sound alerts, etc. It's all segmented. Also, the full table of contents, all searchable. And there's that getting started again. So the daily support session. So I do take a break at noon. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Tuesday. Now Michael is off. I believe it'll be Chris again today in our YouTube room. If you have a lot of questions about using Brokerage Plus, he's a user of Brokerage Plus way more than I am. And then he's there, of course, Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30 also, when I shut down the main room. Daily webinars, there is one today. We're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation this week. Next week, it's Monday, Wednesday. You can sign up for them all right here. And the Back to Basics, Michael Noss put this together. If you're new to trading, take a look at this. This is all free. It starts off with what is a stock? And last, my scans. These are the scans that I am sharing. Okay, all the scans that I am sharing. So lots of information here on the Get Started. Let's get started. And right here, my scans and education. If you save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. Moment as I'm rearranging things. Okay, so I showed you all the scans that I am sharing. And if you go to our toolbar, click on new, and then the docked channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. And in all of these theme-based channels, there are scans that we have created. All right. So you can look at my scans. You can look at the scans here. You can kind of pick and choose maybe which ones you want. And you can save them to the cloud and then bring them back one at a time. And then thereby creating a layout of scans that we have actually prepared for you. You can always modify them, of course. You know, maybe if you right click on any alert window, click on configure, click on summary. It's going to show you what the scan is looking for. If you like it the way it is, fine. You may want to change the price range though. You know, it's up to you. As you get used to using trade ideas, you may start thinking, you know what? I'd like to add this filter or take this filter out. But we've got a lot of scans that we've already prepared so that you can use them. If you don't want to create your own scans at all, you want to create your own scans, of course you can. If I right click on this window, again, configure, click on search, these icons, these are all the alerts that we have. And we see these icons, these are the filters. So for instance, in this particular one, the basic new highs, and I'm going through this quickly. This is not to teach you how to use trade ideas. It's to just give you a brief overview. All of this is covered in the user guide. All right. So what happens here is in this particular scan that I've got, if these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. This is the reverse of this. You know, stocks making new lows. Okay. That's why we see these stocks. So if you don't want to make your own scan, create your own scans at the beginning, no problem. I've got a lot of scans that I'm sharing. We have a lot of scans from our toolbar. And then down the road, if you want to modify them or you want to create your own scans, go for it. Okay. Guys, ALLG, I cannot tell you to take these trades, okay? Especially this one. This is a really, really whippy one, but all I could say was there's your magnet, 1595. I don't know what it got up to, didn't get near there, but that's all that's what I look at. I look left. I want to see how much room a stock has got before it hits the next high. And that was it. I have no idea, Perfect Circle. I don't use the web-based version, so I have no idea. You probably have to go to tech support for that. I really have no idea. Wish I could help you more, but I mean, there's so many reasons, right? That so many different factors that could be at play. I mean, but I have no idea. I mean, it shouldn't. If you go to our homepage, you might want to ask that question. Maybe somebody will look at what's happening. No, no, there's no quick, definitely no. I mean, obviously, the only other thing I can suggest is reloading, but other than that, no. Wow, ALLG guys. I mean, how how close is it going to get to that high up here? Real. I'm sorry. Zach is talking about CNNE having, or the chatter is that it's got a stake in SST. All right, guys, and the only other thing I just want to go over a little bit is this Brokerage Plus window. Okay, the Brokerage Plus window only available for using our app. If you're on our web-based version, it is not available. All right, so I put the Brokerage Plus link in here. There are two videos. One is a short video, shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay, but please listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or an E-Trade account, it doesn't matter. We're a scanner. That's what we do. You can use any broker you want with Trade Ideas. This little feature, though, is only available if you have an IB or E-Trade account. Okay. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this. And again, Chris will be in our YouTube room at noon, and he's a big user of Brokers Plus. So if you have more detailed questions about it, you can head over there when I take my break. I also, this is what I really like to emphasize though, is using it as a simulator, paper trader. If you're new to trading, please practice trading first. Okay. It uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker. If you're still wondering or deciding on who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, no problem. All you need is our standard service. And then you just click on sim. Let me, this is what you'd see. Let me disconnect. So this is what you'd see. You'd see not connected. All you do is click on sim underneath the Brokers Plus, two options. And then it'll say eventually, maybe I didn't click on it. Here we are. Select account. Okay, you click on that and then simulated trading default. Click on that. Now you can practice trading. Please practice, practice, practice before you commit money to the market. Okay. Wow, ALLG guys. I mean, that is. I had it thumbnailed, but somebody pointed it out when it was making this move. I had it thumbnailed. Specific today, probably not. Which was, is there news on ALLG today? Nope, just traders have got a hold of it again. It was interesting because it was an EV play. It's an EV play, and it did not move like the rest of the EV plays yesterday, like a lot of the EV plays yesterday. So maybe it had a 1 day delay, but there's no news today. Again, it was a SPAC way back here. Well, not way back actually, which became ALLG. All right, start to pay a little more attention maybe to the bouncers from Zach Scan. I really like looking at them in the afternoon. That doesn't mean you have to wait, but now that maybe the market has stopped its downward flow, the market doesn't have to be ripping higher for the bouncers. I mean, it would help, but what we don't want to see is, more red candles down when you're trying to play a bounce. So PENN, PENN, the alert was at 42.42. So in keeping with what I was talking about yesterday, I'm going to stick an alert, say around 42.38. And if the market keeps recovering, that was the original alert on the bounce for PENN, PENN, and see if it takes that out and then starts to run from there. Oh, I wish the memers would just go away. It's not gonna happen. Shouldn't say ain't. It's not gonna happen. They are now a force, whether, they concentrate for the rest of the time on GME and AMC, that's another thing. But so this is what Shady is looking at, a little bottom here, and this is NNOX. I see what he's looking at. Little bottom here, a little move. Like to see a little more volume, but hey, it may move. Got all the way up to 1470, so it's got a dollar before, at the high of the day for NNOX. All right, SBFM, are you going to hold five? That is the thing. To me, if this can get to maybe that 550 mark, you can see on the 5 minute chart, there's some action right there, and then up here. So I'm going to stick an alert at 552 and see, number one, if it takes that out on some volume. Though there's no volume. Look how the volume is just, completely dwindled. I mean, when you look at the volume, I mean, it's still huge, but in relation to the previous candles, it has just fallen right off. I mean, it's massive volume, 85 million, 4 million in the float. So it's a massive, massive volume for this one today. I mean, it's still up 131%. Yeah, I see this one showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. I'm not interested in an ETF really. All right, SST is it's holding here, guys, at 24. It's trying to hold right here at 24. All right, guys, the pen on the move here. Market's moving. Market is going to help, should help it anyway. The alert for it was at 42.42. They indicated that might be an area to get in. All right, up to you, up to you, up to you. PENN. You know, market is going to help for a while anyway on a bounce play for the pen and any other bounce play you're trying to play. For how long? I don't know. Guys, this is what I'm talking about, okay? So when you see these bounce plays or a topping play, but you see a bounce play, and you know, Penn was alerted at 42.42 at 10:16. Okay. So of course it moved down from there with the rest of the market. So all I did was put an alert at that original and see if it would take it out later, which it did. And now it's starting to move, okay, with the market. As opposed to my trying to maybe guess a bottom here. You know, as long as that alert is not so far from the absolute bottom, it may be a safer way to play these, if that makes sense. You know, you're going to be giving up some, but of course, the Las Vegas Sands and the same sector, LVS. The difference is, I mean, there was the first alert, 38.40, got down to what, 37, yeah, 60. So that, I mean, that's kind of far away, in my opinion. The ideal situation would be to get a couple of these, a couple of alerts, and the first alert is not so far away from the last alert or the low of the day or the low, if that makes sense. I mean, is all going to work? Of course not, but it's just something to consider as opposed to really trying to figure out where a bottom is. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm just again checking out some. Okay, that's some of my sound alerts, making sure I'm looking at the right window. Guys, I mentioned this one yesterday. I mean, it's not doing too much today. This SAGE, taking out that 38.20, and it did briefly. I did have some news yesterday, and the whole thing is that when you look left, the room it's got, not very much volume today. All right. Well, the trade of the week has had a bit of a interesting day. So gold sold off, obviously, not just gold, but Barrick. I'm sure most of the gold plays. They're looking the same. Yes. And here's the ETF. Yeah. So for whatever reason, I saw this one earlier, this little MF, sort of disregarded it, but man, look at this thing run. I looked at this, I thought, too much resistance around that 140, 150 mark. I don't know what's happening with Miss Fresh. This is another China stock. A lot of volume, pretty big float though, 111 million in the float. Well, the market is right now, for me anyway, I'm just looking at some of the high flyers, the SBFM. I mean, it's still holding five. That's the key thing, holding five. Look at the base right here. It just needs some volume. He needs to get the enthusiasm back. Need some volume to come in. I know it sounds crazy when there's already 87 million traded with only 3.9, but you need some volume to get people enthused again. All right, LGVN. Haven't seen that one for a couple of days. Had the big day, of course, 3 days ago. Another low float, 3.2 million in the float. Remember the news about these are not the guys that got the 150 million upfront from Sanofi, is it? Are they? I don't think these are the ones. I may be wrong. The 31st. Let me see if I can see some news from the 31st. So oh, that's right. That's right. This was just a phase one. Phase one, Alzheimer's. Amazing that it did so well on a phase one. Amazing. 3.2 million in the float. Traders just got a hold of it. That I know, Craig. The VLRS, yes. Meanwhile, MF, my goodness, it's just ripping here. I mean, from 120 to 150, big percentage move. No, we don't even have any float information. Our information is dried up. Just give me a moment. There we go. One moment, please. Okay, thank you, Zach. It's called by Shady. He mentioned this NNOX as a buy right around here. I think the 1380 mark. Nice call by Shady. Guys, I just look at the SBFM guys. SBFM. Don't see the volume. I like to see some volume coming in. See what I'm saying? You look at the 2 minute chart. It's just, I mean, this may keep going on no volume, but or little volume. Just like to see a little more enthusiasm. Well, let's see. The next high looking left is 1450 for LGVN. Wow, WKSP. Haven't seen this one for a while. WKSP. Look at this one ripping here. It's sort of an EV play. WKSP. It's had actually a nice few days. Low float. I know some of you have been playing this Any. Any's been interesting. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys. So GME making another low here. GME. Again, I know some of you follow this one. So 155, big level for it to try to hold. 155, 154. There's the SBVM. I'm not in it. I'm not, sorry, SBFM. I'm not in it. I was waiting for, well, a little bit of volume coming in now. Little bit of volume sneaking in. Yeah, I mean, this may go without me, this the SBFM. It may go without me. But I've got to, there is some little bit of volume coming in on the two. There's some volume. You can just sort of see it on the 15. Get a bigger collapse for the VLRS, Craig. Yeah, so David, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I actually was thinking the Arcos might keep moving because of their addition to the S&P 5 or S&P small cap 600. Just hasn't happened. Not like the Sono and the one before that. Okay, so Neil, I don't have one. Now, if you click on if you click on new from our toolbar and then click on where are you? Market Explorer. Okay. Hopefully you can hear me and see what I'm doing, Neil. So click on new from the toolbar, click on Market Explorer, and then right click and hover over server window, and all these are going to pop up. One of them is a bull flag. Okay, so you can take a look at that. O'Neill, did you see what I did? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, so if you can see that, then just click on it, and I don't use it, but you can take a look to see what sort of alerts you get from it. Whoa, look at GME now. I'm just like some of these things are just getting trashed here now. The meme stocks are just getting absolutely trashed. But just when you write them all off, they come right back. So I'm not ready to put the kiss of death on them completely. And what I mean by that, I mean forever. Okay, Craig, I had enough of the VLRS. Really hoping we get into the low 60s, but didn't quite do it. That's okay. Very choppy though. FSLR, very, very choppy. Had the downgrade this morning, pulled up like probably a lot of the solar stocks. Pretty choppy though, in my opinion. Well, I may regret not shorting this. The First Trust NASDAQ Transportation ETF. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. It's showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. I just don't usually touch ETFs, but the alert was at 30.50. It's moved not much. That's probably why I don't. All right, guys, I'm focusing on ALLG again. Want to see if this holds. This area holds, maybe takes out 1450 again and starts to challenge a dollar away, that 1550 level. That's all I'm really looking at now. Very whippy. I don't believe that float. 265 million. The reason I say that, it just, it's just so whippy to have that much in the float. I may be wrong, but so again, bounce plays, for 15 minutes, maybe, but they're starting to, I would not be taking bounce plays right now. I mean, you might take some, but I don't think they're going to bounce much. That's the problem. And the market is drifting down again. Tough to go against the market. Well, this one is just getting crushed here too. This CCCC, four C's, C4 actually, therapeutics. It's starting to minute. Whoa, look at GME. Oh man, it is really starting to give it up now. GME and the AMC, yes, both of them. Okay, guys, I got to put myself on mute. I'm in this trade. I don't want to say something accidentally, so just All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, here's the DDL now. Underneath six. Okay, underneath six, barely. Flying high pre-market, or not pre, well, actually not in the pre-market. Was doing nothing in the pre-market. Market open, popped all the way up to seven. Now it's starting to give it up. That is DDL. And that was again running when all the other China stocks were moving down. In my country, I did see it earlier. Zym, ZYM. Yeah, I'm able to click on the alert. Alert happened at 7:27, 9:44, 7:27, right around here. Chopped around for a while. Where are they out of? All right, my country, as in Vancouver. Not just my country, Canada, but my country, city. Well, I keep looking at this SBFM. I did not see huge volume come in, not yet anyway. I mean, another base is forming, but no big volume came in. Again, I mean, there was a little volume pop there, but like it's just no enthusiasm, continuation. So great base though. I mean, if it ever gets some volume, it pops right through that 550. Remember, it got all the way up to what, almost seven. So definitely has room. I'm not going to hate you. No, I don't backtest anything. Okay, so I personally do not. No, I'm more about getting the alerts. Trying to get a minimum number of alerts for my windows, and then clicking on the alert when I get it, and then I size up. But I don't backtest anything. Backtesting, first of all, I don't have time for it. It takes a lot of time. Okay, and you could be constantly tweaking, and I just don't have the time anymore. I used to, a long time ago when I wasn't doing this, moderating a room. I used to get into it a lot more, but I just don't have the time. There might be others in the room that, if they're willing to share a backtested scan. Thing about backtesting, though, again, it takes a lot of time, a lot of tweaking. I don't see too many people in the room that actually go through a backtesting procedure. All right, guys. So 11:33. So I have confirmation. Yes, Chris will be in our YouTube room when I take my break at noon. He's uses. Oops, I'm gonna get rid of the on mute. He uses Brokerage Plus a lot more than I do. Okay, so if you have a lot of Brokerage Plus type questions, you can save them up. He'll be there in about 20 minutes. Yeah, so this has got a little bit of room, this DSP. I know Zach said it was a Zach's, not him, of course, but Zach Morris or Zach.com, something like that. Yeah, it's got some room. Low float, 12 million in the float. Yeah, see, look at the SBFM. I mean, that's what prevented me from taking this trade, guys. There was the volume. I did not like that volume. Did not like the fact that there was not a big volume burst. All right, let's take a look at Zach's scan. I'm not seeing anything new coming in. Again, I tend to look at his scans in the afternoon. Things have had a long time to set up. So you versus you, I don't think anybody's ignoring you. I just don't think there are a lot of people in the room that have back tested scans. So don't take offense. Okay. Man, okay, I'm not getting any too many new alerts. And there's nothing shaking from the AI. Nothing. Again, guys, I think the AI will be a lot more active in a couple of weeks once we get into earning season again. Okay. That's when we'll start to see a lot more stocks that are having, volatile days. trending days. I should not necessarily volatile up and down, but more trending type trades. So Alcoa releases on the 20th. I think JP Morgan is the week before that. Yeah, so next week, what are we now? The 5th? So yeah, the next week we start with the banks. I don't really care about them, but that'll get it started. ISPO, how high? I don't know. Let's take a look at ISPO. Well, is shortable? Yeah, it is shortable. I'm surprised you're not looking to short it. A couple of topping tails there. Well, the banks sort of set the mood, but I like for me, I like about the second to fifth to sixth week of earnings because we start to get the ones that kind of fly under the radar. I mean, I don't care about Apple and Microsoft and Google and Amazon and Tesla. I don't really care about those. The ones I like are sort of what I'll call the second tiers. And the day they have earnings, typically they have their day either on the downside or the upside, and they're not really that affected by anything else. Those are the ones that I love. I mean, what Denver's saying, if I back tested this, my 10-day daily breakdown that I love, it would probably look terrible. I don't care. All I care about is getting the alert. I don't get too many. I want to size it up. You know, do I like the way it looks? Is there room? All that sort of stuff. LLAP, okay. LLAP from Real. Good morning, Real, by the way. Yeah, big popper here. I would not see it anywhere because the relative volume is too low right now, 0.76, so it would not meet any of my filter requirements. But popping now on that relative volume, of course, is going to really pick up with the volume coming in. And is there any specific news? Let's see, any specific news? What do they do? Okay, so a little LSAT action. Okay. And of course, I know why you're really looking at it though. This is shortable. LLAP is shortable. Interactive Brokers. What was the high in the pre-market? Didn't see this one at all. 771, probably because the volume was so low. It never, even though it had the pop up here for a while. Yeah, I mean the Sava would have worked. I mean 35. I mean it's 33.87. I just found it too choppy. I mean that's why I didn't take it. But there it is on the 10-day daily breakdown. I just find it can be a very choppy type trader. So you'd have to take fewer shares, wider stops. But even look and Hambo, and that's exactly it. You can back test, and something can look fabulous, for even a day or two, and then all of a sudden it just completely degrades. And that's the problem. Now, that's what the AI is attempting to do. And I'll be honest, I don't think it does a good job of it. I mean, we really have to revamp that AI, in my opinion. Now, when we get into earning season, we'll have a lot better plays, in my opinion. We'll have better trending plays. But right now, I mean, it's hard to trade the AI. I'd much rather have a scanner that gives me fewer alerts like this and then I just click on the alert to see what's happening. I don't want some scanner that's going to give me, 1,000 alerts, different alerts all day long. I'll never get anything done. Now I'm almost into that a little bit because I've got a couple of scanners on my other monitor and I may have to do some revisions, either firm up the filters to not get quite as many alerts, because you can have just way too many windows, guys, too many alert windows, too many top list windows. You don't want to miss anything. Well, the problem is you might not miss anything, but you'll get nothing done. You just click on alerts all day long and get nothing done. Well, I'll tell you, if this DDL, if it takes out this 585, just hanging underneath 6 right now, takes out that 585, this could really start it in the descent downwards. I mean, it's already come from 689, but it could really get rolling again on the way down. and that is the DDL. So you're trying to go long, Ho, or yeah, I guess you're trying to go long, right? You're trying to play a bounce on that one. Yeah. Meanwhile, AMC, yeah, nice call early with an all-day short. Just had to deal with this little pop up to 22.60. Other than that, basically all day long or all day down. And meanwhile, GME, big level, guys. I mean, a big, big, big level right here. I mean, it's now at, you can see 1, 2, 3 days, previous 3 days, kind of at the lows right there. It hasn't quite hit that. I mean, if it takes that out, then the next one is 151. Obviously, if it takes out 150, but again, we've written this stock off many, 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 many times. And all of a sudden, they get a hold of it. Well, Sava now is really, if you took this one, your next level is right around here. 35.91. No, that's wrong. Sorry. 32. So you still have room on this daily chart, 32.44 and 32.30. Those are the areas right there. Next low is looking left on the daily chart, so it still has some room till it gets to those lows. All right, guys. Again, I'm just waiting now for Chris to show up in our YouTube room in about 5 or 6 minutes, I guess. Actually, it's only 11:51, so he'll be there at noon. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to put the YouTube link in. So if you want to head over there when I take my break at noon, you can do so. I was really hoping this would be the one I could focus on today was the Arcas. I was really kind of hoping for the trade that I talk about at noon because it had that news being added to the S&P Small Cap 600, had the news after hours. We've seen the previous two really worked well during the day, but it just doesn't happen today. Gonna watch it tomorrow though. See if it, maybe just today, based on what's happening in the overall market, just could not get going. Meanwhile, yeah, I mean, the market now with that nice green bar being wiped out now by that was 4 15-minute candles being wiped out. PLL, let's take a look at PLL. Okay, well, yeah, big move down. Lithium play, obviously, at least that's what it says. Outside of the price range I typically trade, but boy, that's got some room underneath on the monthly chart for sure. All right, guys, I'm going to put the announcement in. I'm anticipating Chris is going to show up at any time now, so just going to put it. I'm still here until he lets me know he's in our YouTube room. All right, Chris, I don't know if you can hear me, but I did hear a little pop. That means you're in the room. Let me take a look.
That is correct.
All right, I like that little pop. That lets me know. So you want to start now, or are
You,
you ready?
yep. No, I'm ready to go. I put it on my screen. Oh, hold on
Okay.
one second.
All right, so I'll just let everybody know in the other room to head over there. I'll
Yep,
put myself on mute now. Thanks, Chris. We'll see you in about an hour.
you got it. There we go. Sorry, guys, I didn't have my screen arranged. So happy. What's today? Tuesday. There we go. And happy Tuesday to everybody here. Another day of the theme of chop and slop. And so, kind of funny, actually. I have this chart normally here on this screen, or this window set up like this with this chart. And I was pointing out to someone earlier, and I had left the drawing right here. this line that I've had drawn here on the SPY forever, and as soon as we touched it, we got a nice violent sell-off right off of that SPY level, just over 457 again. So, you know, home on the range. We cannot get out of this range, it would seem. Pete, how are you? Good. Still technically good morning here on the East Coast, anyways. If you're across the pond, as they say, then good afternoon. So yeah, not a not a fun-filled day for most, it would seem, over this way. Um, Strength alerts, some of them down negligibly for the first couple of days here. HRL, Hormel Foods, that's starting to move back up a little bit here. Take a look at some of the strength alerts. Keep deleting all these off my charts, but for some reason they're not staying deleted. Suppose I didn't save the layout when I did that. So this is a repeat offender, 2 weeks in a row. And this nice slow grind that's moving up here. So still nice looking chart, and especially this red bar ignore forming on the daily chart here. Perhaps it can take a shot at those recent highs. I think that might be a lifetime high. Yeah, right there. Yep, that's a lifetime high. So there's one of the strength alerts. MRC, I almost went after this morning. The market looked like it was opening strong and some strong candles on the open, and everything's kind of gave it up. Since then, still an interesting chart to me, but just going to sit idle on it for now. What else do we have here? AGI. Gold, just doesn't seem to be any sector that's getting away with it today. Nat gas, I think that's it. That's all that's up from the open at this point. I know oil had a violent sell-off and really knocked me down in a position that I'm in, two positions that I'm in. But gold, let's take a look at GLD and GDX. Yep, not so hot. They just can't seem to, get that momentum that you'd think they'd get on some of these charts. It's just not happening for them. The moves up are very, very slow and grinding, and taking, a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks to make any kind of headway. And a lot of it gets wiped out in a day, day and a half, 2 days max, unfortunately. So again, just, kind of the environment that we're in. What else? What else are we looking at here? Some more energy plays. Some more energy here. And again, taking a sell off with the rest of energy. Kind of odd because even with natural gas really holding well on the day here, even any of the energy stocks that are tied in with natural gas have not held well, to be honest. I took a position in P10 yesterday. Was it yesterday? Or was it the day before? It was around the close on Monday. I'm sorry. Yesterday was Monday. Was it the close on Friday? I can't even remember now. Well, either way, I don't know why it's not showing here. Oh, because I'm connected to the simulator, not my account. That's why. I took a position at about 1585. I think it was yesterday. It had to have been yesterday, right? These days all blend together. I can't remember anymore. We had a nice opening candle. Had this wick that happened here, and then just a fade, and gas wells. So just can't get any love on that. And the same yesterday. It was yesterday. It was the end of the day yesterday. I took it, and then same today. See, odd. Now this is showing my position here. I took this yesterday here towards the close, like the price action that was happening there, and same thing here. Natural gas extraction. Natural gas, coming up to Come to the recent highs, still no love in that set of positions. So anyways, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Same thing, uranium, started off real hot, nice couple opening 15-minute bars, and, smacked up and gave it up. I was watching this uranium stock. And same thing, all these big middle finger candles coming at us right now. So we'll see what that means. Are we gonna head back down on the SPY? This drew these here for the Strength Alerts post, the email and welcoming page. And we can see, this line, that is some major resistance. We'll see what happens. We come back down and test 440 again. Yeah, we'll see. So everybody's awfully quiet in here with the silent treatment on me. Anybody has questions or they want to look at something or talk about something, demonstrate something, please let me know. Open forum and all that. When I'm back later today at 3:30, it's going to be that Zoom webinar. We are picking up steam and signups for that. So it's going to be, mostly a lot of beginner questions. It won't be open forum like it was previously. All right, so still a silent treatment. So, it's funny, even the last 7 or 8 trading days, I'm not finding a whole lot that I like for my races early. Some of the better stuff has come in the later races, actually. So it's been kind of a theme that I'm watching or noticing for the last, let's say, last 10 trading days, give or take, is to not jump things in those. It's the first 2 15-minute candles at the very least, let them close. If not, let the third 15-minute candle close. And yes, there's always going to be those runners. But the problem is when you're looking at, 15 to 20 stocks and 2 are runners and the other ones, are either all setting up for maybe later moves or pullback moves, the odds are not in your favor to go running after the runners. So anyways, that's kind of the theme that I've been noticing recently, where a lot of January and February jumping on some of the early runners were working well for me. And that's gone the way of the dodo for the moment anyways. Let's see, CNNE, another ugly chart. I've seen a lot of this, a lot of charts that look like this. Let's move up and then a violent sell-off and some bounces here. Not on all of them as well. Not bouncing on all of them. That's a hefty looking chart there. Might be interesting to watch here as this catches this 815 EMA. I'd say if it breaks below that, that's going to be good night, Gracie. Okay, an awful quiet bunch here. So I made a window the other day. Where is it? There we go. Look for stocks that are near their all-time highs. So pretty simple scan here. between 8 and $50. Traded at least 1 million shares today. Relative volumes 1, and they have to be at least within 15% of their lifetime highs. So it's really a scan that I meant for doing my homework, looking for some interesting setups going into the next couple of days. Let me take a look what's in there today. Nah, nothing that interests me there. Hard to chase something that's up $5 in 2 days. THCA. It looks like there's more day trading stuff coming through here right now than swing trading stuff. All right, here's a natural gas distribution stock that's looking pretty strong, especially after that sell-off. And flagging this way. See what that means for later on. It's had a nice run up the last 10 plus trading days or so. But that's a wicked tail that I had from yesterday. All right, what else is coming through here? I put this on my list the other day. This real estate ETF. Looking pretty strong here, not that far off all-time highs. There's a nice strong looking chart coming out of the pandemic lows. A couple of deep pullbacks. And some solid pullbacks here and here and here. But the overall trend up. No, Gwen, they haven't started yet. I'm not sure what the details will be when that starts. I know Andy and Steve are going to do it for sure at some point. We have to reorganize some scheduling and things in here. It's going to be tough for me to get involved in those. I'm already streaming a ton during the day, and I have lots of other support stuff and trading and, do my own personal trading. So I'm not sure that's something I'm going to be participating in myself, but Andy and Steve are still kind of working on details of when we can get that going. With Sean departing on us, makes it a little tougher. I'm filling in other positions that Sean was doing here over the last couple of years. So his departure came as kind of a surprise. Appreciate that. Thank you. But they will be coming. Unfortunate timing of release of the Trader's Eye channel. Of course, we had 3 straight weeks that it looked unbelievable, and then of course we get here today and it looks like absolute death. But I guess that's what happens. Especially in swing trading. Swing trading relies on the market to kind of trend. Trend up, trend sideways, trend up, trend sideways, not trend up, trend down, trend up, or not rip up, rip down, rip up, rip down. So, this is a top list that I did. It's just looking at the Trader's Eye stocks. And I mean, just, not a good looking set of stocks here right now, to say the least. And a few of them, started off hot, this morning. But like I said, you get the sell-off that's happened right here, and it's just going to drag, everything is dragging with it. The only thing up on the day is natural gas. That's it. Everything else is rolled over to be negative for the day, I believe, from the open. Take a look again. So uranium's holding on that gap up. Utilities are holding. Interesting. Pharmaceuticals and healthcare. We discussed pharmaceuticals and healthcare, something to watch. And go through some of these. So let's see, what am I claiming? What are my claims to fame? ARI. I like this. And someone would say, well, why did you like it? And I'll say, because we had this nice basing pattern that we're coming out of. That's a cup and handle right there. Just, unfortunately got caught in the rest of the market sell off today. But I mean, I still like the chart, that's for sure. And I just went over real estate. This it's a nice looking chart. This real estate chart. Unfortunately, real estate's still moving up, and this one is currently not. But I still like that chart. What else is claim? What else can I claim? I think I claim ATI, right? That's what happens when you do alert when you're doing these channels at 5 o'clock in the morning. Same thing here. Very similar looking chart, actually. Well, very similar looking price action today. Trying to find some footing here. But had this gap up and this breakaway gap and just kind of grinding higher. So I like BCRX, but I did not put that in there. But I still like this kind of wedge that's forming in here, this triangle. I was considering a position in this today, but again, I'm waiting at least half an hour, 45 minutes after the bell before I'm jumping anything right now. But I like that symmetrical triangle that's formed right there. Be resolving itself one way or the other in the very near future. When stocks sell off that have moved up over the last week or so, what EMA do you like to see? I got rid of all my moving averages, Blue Moon. But I just, if I was to put a moving average back on here for an EMA, I go with the 8 EMA. That's the EMA that I've used for the longest, anyways. So really, it's the only EMA I've ever used. Maybe a 10 SMA instead on a daily chart, I guess. But all I'm looking at now is where price is kind of gravitating towards with volume. That's it. I've done away with indicators. This is a position low of 20 days here, just to see the position low over a month, essentially. But I've gone indicatorless on my daily chart. And it's days like this that it's hard, because today's a day where if you're gonna use indicators for your for your stops, especially on daily charts, it's kind of rough, because violent sell off today might not take it down to a real support level. So using that, that EMA or that SMA for a stop can be kind of tough. That's why I like pivot levels, because you can see where price is really gravitating towards. That's why I prefer that over an EMA, at least for my swing trades. Day trading is a different story. On day trading, I'm going, a lot of my day trading will be based on an 8 EMA on a 5 or 15-minute chart, depending on how I'm share sizing. And a break of that is what will get me out. But on a daily chart, I think it's, for me, pivot lines. It's all about pivot lines. What my eye sees as consider myself wrong. Will you look at SGLY? Sure. I feel like that's had a big move recently. Yeah. All right. It's tough because it's a new issue and it's at all-time high. So there's no real, I go with whole numbers at this point. That's what you're kind of stuck at, especially the 10 level. There's no real chart data to go off of, no historical data. So I'd be using, whole numbers as kind of my guide, or 50-cent lines. Nope, I just use my eye. That's it, where I feel like price is gravitated towards. Yeah, sorry, Pamela, I don't want to cop out on you here, but you can see this 15 level is obviously pretty big. And I think it'll remain big, this level in here, this zone. So where did it close yesterday? It closed at basically 15 on the nose almost, and then kind of danced this area, moved up. shot up over 16 and pulled right back, and now it's fighting around that 16 level again. So for whatever reason, this thing's got some serious momentum behind it. How long it'll last, I don't know, but was it? Yeah, it was here. So I guess this was Friday when I saw the sell off Friday. I thought, all right, it's had a pretty decent run here off of that, and I thought, all right, it's time for it to come back down home. And nope, I'm wrong. It's still marching right on. So that's what I would look at. I would look at those whole numbers. Wow, look at that move right through 16 again now. This will be the next level to contest with. That's what it has ahead of it. And, it's drawn its own line from today. So yeah, no, Blue Moon. I just like I just look where price seems to gravitate towards with my eyes, and that's really it. Nothing fancy. QS, I can take the blame for that one. And this is one of the reasons I don't like trend changes. All right, this thing has this run up here. All right, and now it's been, let's see, November. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months. More or less on a downtrend of 5 months, and then this base is here. All right, and we start to pick up off this base, and of course today's a day I'm like, you know what? All right, let's go for it. We ran sideways for a few days and made a nice move yesterday, held that, and it looks like it's ready to build off this level. And nope, dead wrong. Nope, never traded a future in my life. I have traded nothing besides stocks. No futures, options, forex. Oh, I'm lying. I opened a Robinhood account with $100 for some reason years ago. I can't, like, when Robinhood first came out, just to mess around in it. And that $100 was still in the account. And so after like a week or two after Elon Musk went on SNL last year, and what's that? The Dogecoin sold off after that. I was like, I'm just gonna buy $100 worth. There was like $97 worth of Dogecoin I bought, and I bought it, and I just sitting there. I don't even know what it's doing. Take a look at that real fast. We bought it at like 30 cents or something like that. I don't even know what's it. What does Dogecoin look like today? I had 16 cents, so I lost half. I lost half my money. I'm down for like $43 on it. That's it. That's the only other thing I've ever bought besides a stock. No, I haven't done anything like that so far in the CMT text perfect circle. There's a lot of talk about options and how options volume plays in market strength or security strength with contracts opening, contracts rolling over, contracts canceling, things like that. But that's it. No, it talks about some of the different indicators having to do more commodity based, especially like cyclical indicators and things like that. When you're looking at cycle theory and things like that, talks more about commodities and stuff. But mostly they use very general, broad terms, securities. They use broad terms. They don't necessarily, in markets, indexes. They don't, and they say anything could be a market. Anytime they talk about, this market or that market. If you're looking at the market using, Elliott wave function, or if you're looking at the market with, you're using an ADX indicator or something like that, and they refer when we refer to market, we refer to any possible security that could be traded. So they never specify. They don't necessarily specify. They do say, some of these indicators work better for certain securities, especially when you get into cycle theory, which I have to say, If any CMTs are listening here, please forgive me, but cycle theory and Elliott wave theory, not my favorite. Not my favorite, to say the least. So, all right, that's it from the, I guess, from the trader's eye there. So, well, tomorrow's a new day. We'll see what happens. We can see, as we're going along here, this is populating more items, probably more stocks crossing that million threshold to pop on here. Yeah, I don't think peak was on there before, so it's now popped across a million. I have no idea what that is. GUNR. I mean, look, even like I said, even natural resources, commodities in general, they're all taking a big hit. Natural gas just keeps plugging away. Utilities remain strong as can be. It's funny, the things that are up, I mean, extended. There's no, they're just moving up while the stuff that's, down is moved sideways and then decided to move down on us. Uranium now negative for the day. Here's another one opened open strong. JNPR gap down, reverse that gap right away. Looked like it might make a move towards 37. I really liked it. Nope, no such thing, no such luck. Your grandma was talking about it. I mean, I knew better than to mess with it when Elon was coming on. It's always that talk. We talked last week a bunch about sell the news. Well, that was that's as big of a sell the news moment as there was. But I figured, all right, I'm going to buy some, a couple of weeks later and see if I can catch some kind of bounce off of that just for fun. What the heck? I lose $100. I lose $100, whatever. I've lost more money on dumber trades, that's for sure. But if the thing, went to $2 or something like that, well, what the heck, paying for a hotel on vacation like that. So I was just trying to search through and see if anything else here looks good. Boston Scientific. Aren't they making robots that are going to kill us all? Is that Boston Scientific with those crazy walking robots? I don't like that chart at all. Chart is all over the place. Another REIT ETF, look at that. So, looking back at real estate again. What was it? ARI, was it, real estate? So, yeah, I'm going to keep my eye on this one here. It's not, it doesn't have huge range or depth or anything like that, but, in a market like this, you take the alpha where it comes, even if it's slow. Oh, it's Boston Dynamics. All right, they're the ones that are going to kill us all. It's where Skynet's being made. Perfect. Alrighty, what else are we looking at here? So we've done a bunch of look at the SPY. RSP, what do you look like? You know, look terrible. Slight breather here. Life sciences company, okay. So many companies can't keep track of anything anymore. So tech taking a couple day breather here. What's BTU doing? Same thing. Look at all these charts, very similar charts, a lot of gap up and giving it up. Get rid of that. Yesterday on these compare count windows, we talked about the new high line was up above the new low line for all of these. And, there are spots where they're, coming and converging and meeting and then diverging. Complete opposite today. New lows up above and doing the dominating today. Oop, didn't realize must have hit mute somewhere by accident. Now I was saying CCC, the pretty solid spread on that. I was looking at AUR automobile. Hardware, software, and provision of data services. Sounds like a bunch of word salad. Really, just nothing jumping at me here. What are any of the food plays I was watching last week or last couple of weeks? Y10 was one I was watching. That's fading. That's fading hard. That's giving it up. EURN. I feel like that was on the strength alert this morning. Yep, there it is. EURN. A score of 94. That was from yesterday, not today. That's holding up all right. I think this has got energy related though, no? Yep, transportation of crude oil and storage. Look at the XOP here. This is really giving it up. So your gas and exploration stocks taking a breather. That's quite a move it's made since the beginning of the year. Taking out multi-year highs recently. And the USO. So that, had a sell-off. It was bouncing back and back to selling off again. All right, so it's kind of lackluster day. I'm throwing darts at the board trying to find anything that interests me at all. As the market continues to grind lower on the day here, it's kind of hard to find anything. Let's see what the QQQs look like. That's interesting. I'll put a line right here. Go figure. It'll appear that we have something very similar as what the SPY has going on for this range here. I would say this 350 level, though, is more important for the Qs than the 440 is for the SPYs. Just my 2 cents. IWM. The ultimate face slapper, this one. Here's why. Bull trap. Bear trap. Now what? I mean, for those that, I'm a frustrated swing trader right now. Day trading's okay. I've done okay with it so far this year, but I do much better when I'm able to get nice swing positions. I had a couple of years that were, very lovely, and the last 8 months have been a struggle. And that kind of sums it up right there. Bull trap, bear trap, bull crap. Does anybody have anything they want to look at? Any thoughts, some questions? Don't force it, of course. You just don't feel like talking to me. I understand. MRC, this one's really holding up well. in the sell-off. After that initial sell-off, again, it's not a stock that's going to set the world on fire, but you know, taking out multi-year highs is kind of hard not to give it a glance. Twitter, didn't that have a big gap up yesterday? It must have had news. I nuked my Twitter account last week, so I'm given up all forms of social media and all forms of news. Obviously, they must have had something. I mean, earnings isn't for a while, so it wasn't earnings. They roll out a new feature? Don't tell me. I don't want to know. I mean, look, it's just hilarious how these things work out like this. That's Twitter right there. So whatever this catalyst is, it's gonna need to hold these gaps. Huge news, Elon Musk. Did he buy Twitter? I don't think he has enough money to buy Twitter, does he? I guess he would, right? I don't know. I don't even know. He bought a 9% stake and was appointed to the board. That's hilarious. Very interesting. I wonder why they must have a reason for pointing him to the board. It probably protects Twitter somehow, sticking him on the board. Guarantee it. So I don't know. That's what I'm looking at with Twitter. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be chasing these two gaps, that's for sure. But I'd say if it can hold that 50 level, then it's interesting because then you're working up to that 60 level. But this is, without a question, that's a big level right here because when it moved down, whatever this was that got that to move down, it couldn't hold that and it gave it up hard after that. What are you looking at? SBFM. SBFM. Oh, this is what we were looking at before. Yeah, we said before, if it could catch and hold this 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart, that might be interesting. Still might be interesting. So that time and sales look like on that. A little spready. Jumping all over, though. You can clear that. Might have something. Might have some room to take a shot back at that 6 level anyways. I know about the high of the day. It's the float, 3.2 million. It's not shortable at IB. Or I should say it's not readily shortable. You have to locate shares. I don't think so, Perfect Circle. If there had been anybody, it would have been Sean. But he's, dearly departed now. Also, I don't know that Sean would have used a TI scanner for the SPY anyways, because when Sean first joined Trade Ideas, I was listening to some podcasts that he had been on coming into Trade Ideas, and then he guest hosted the room a few times, and then some podcasts after joining Trade Ideas, and he kind of had whatever he was discussing in options. Oh, okay, so yeah, exactly, yep. Um, I won't say he doesn't use it for his trading, but I think, what he does is, does like a lot of position and range scanning and things like that, to find ideas, and then figures what he wants to do from there. How, if he wants to sell premium, or, what position he wants to take, what options position, what expiration, things like that. And so, like, I'm pretty sure that's where he found some of the ETF trades that he's had, that he's posted with, because I know he's done work with, what's his name, JC, in the past with All Star Charts. So I don't know how that'll move forward with him now. Can't get through that level. David, I'm not sure if he moved on from All Star Charts or not. He didn't tell us. He didn't tell me, anyways, where he was going. He just kind of left a general post for us here in our Slack that something came up. It was out of the blue. He just took a couple of days to think about and decided to go that direction, but didn't. He didn't mention to me, anyways, what direction he's going. I figure I'll know sooner than later. I'll see him somewhere. Actually, that's not true. I'll see him in person in a couple of weeks at the CMT Symposium in DC. We're gonna meet up there. Yeah, I don't know if he's. I mean, I don't know how much in-depth work he did with All Star Charts, to be honest. I just saw the post that he'd make on Twitter once in a while. That's all I knew about it. His work there. I know. I mean, I think him and JC are. I mean, I think they're close personal friends, anyways. So, this SBMF is trying to push through. Is it going to do it? That's 65 level or so. It's 60 level, I guess, 61, 62. There it goes. Bang. Right through. It's going to leave it behind now. I saw a print of 65. I'm tempted. I'm tempted. Let's see, what's the volume doing though? Yeah, volume increased on this candle. It's the beginning of this 15-minute candle, so got volume. And see volume picked up here on this 5-minute and picked up more on this 5-minute. Looks like it's actually really picking up the volume. And just about halfway through this 5-minute candle, right now. Sorry, it's the most interesting thing going on in my day today. I had a plan for entering a few stocks this morning, and every one of them gapped up and gave it up, and that's it. They gapped up and gave it up, and I didn't get a chance to enter anything today. And for those of you that are looking to trade things like this is, the battle that happens right here. We can see where this stock is really struggling right now, and we can look on this time and sales, all right, and look at that, and do you anticipate the break of it? You know, do you wait for the break of it? That this is the hard part of day trading, especially stocks like this. This is the tough part on these fast movers. And this is the question you have to ask yourself. Do I anticipate this? It caught this 8 EMA here on that 15-minute chart. It made a nice move up there, but it just ran into this resistance here. Does it have the energy to push through there? I don't know. And that's why I don't like trading stuff like this. I'm very good at finding it when it can't push through it, thinking in an anticipation to get it. But for, those of you that are, trading things like this, whether you're successful or not, anybody that's been, mildly to very successful with it, these are the questions, you ask yourself. Does it look like this has the energy to push through that or not? A lot of people with success in trading these kinds of stocks are able to anticipate those moves well. I think also those people have, you know, tighter stops and willing to jump out real fast if they're wrong and wait to re-enter if it looks like they'll end up being right again. That's a hard mental skill to have. There's a huge part of me right now that's saying, just take a few hundred shares in it, but that's not that's not how you trade. Not how I trade anyways. Take a few hundred shares in the simulator for fun, I guess. There it is. It's got it. It's broken that line on this 5-minute candle now. Let's see if it can continue to grind north of it now. Now the people that waited, they have to ask themselves, well, it made it through. How much further does it have to go? Did it exhaust everything just poking through and it can't hold it? These are all the questions we have to ask ourselves. Let's see, let's get rid of that. Let's mess around here with the topless. Curious what's happening in the options world today. We were talking about options. Let's see, options volume, sort by. So what I did is I made a top list and have it sort by options contracts. After, to find me stocks between 10 and 200 bucks, trade 750,000 shares on the day and one relative volume. And then I wanted to sort on, show me which ones have the most contracts traded today. And so that's what that looks like. So Ford, HYG, Bank of America, all the big cap players in here. There's a number of ETFs this morning on my evening scan when I was going through it from the close last night. And Netherlands was on there, Italy was on there, maybe Sweden or someone like that. Some global global watcher ETFs. That was interesting. Brazil's been pretty overall strong since the beginning of the year. For those that do follow JC, he's been screaming this one since probably about here. Move up, we'll pull back, move up, we'll pull back. A nice move up after that. Guess we could do some Elliott waves on this, huh? Interesting. So if this was the main motive wave, this would be the corrective wave. I guess we could call this a new motive wave too. Although no, that wouldn't work because this is wave 4 and it can't enter the territory of wave 1. So you guys are doing CMT stuff with me here on channel because you're making me so bored. Interesting. I have to do these things on charts anyways, but not till CMT3. For now, I just have to be able to identify when they draw lines what a motive wave is and what a corrective wave is and things of that nature. Interesting. All right, back to options. Disney. So, very interesting. All the heavy option plays that we're looking at for that price range and everything are right here. Carnival, Twitter, GM. That's interesting. Mara. I got to prepare myself for when Barry comes in here. He caught me off guard yesterday. Made me jump in my seat. Usually the only voices I hear are inside my head. Qualcomm. Very interesting. Most of these are not really healthy looking charts in my opinion that have all this options volume. Wonder what that means for the overall market. I mean, Ford does not look good anymore. That bond chart don't look any good. Bank of America, that doesn't look great. Silver, not looking so great now. Boeing, that doesn't look great. Brazil looks good. 20-year bond don't look so good. Disney doesn't look good. Carnival does not look good. Twitter doesn't count. Well, let's give Twitter five full trading days from today to really see what's happening, I'd say. GM, that looks really horrible. This doesn't count. It's speculative Bitcoin. Qualcomm, that don't look good. Talked about the IBB looking like it was trying to turn around, but the XIB not looking so healthy here. Let's see what the IBB can do. That doesn't look bad, to be honest. And I'm not a trend change person, but that doesn't look bad, the IBB. Let's keep going there. Plug. Looks all right. It's holding up well in the junk of today, I'd say overall. DWAC, I mean, I think that's over, right? That was the Trump social media thing, right? I'm guessing there's no Trump social media now. I don't really care. Other than for trading purposes, I suppose. Coinbase. My God. What an awful IPO. Norwegian. So it kind of looks like travel plays look the best out of here. And when I say that, Brazil looks nice travel destination. And your legacy stocks, your big caps are actually what's getting smoked right now. Starbucks. Morgan Stanley, not so much. Top 2 tech people at DWAC left abruptly. I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you. CVS, interesting level for CVS here. I'm looking at these, based on a couple of things. Obviously, I'm going to look at the chart, but looking at, options contracts. 41,000 options contracts traded today. It's an interesting level for CVS. If it can bounce here, if not, double topish. QS, this is my horrible addition to the trader's eye today. One day does not make a swing trade, but not a very good start to say the least to be down 5.5% from the open. A mat. That don't look good at all. TNA. It's an inverse to the small caps, no? Or no, this is an inverse. This is the small caps, right? Yeah, that's the bull, not the inverse. What's the bull? TZA? Or what's the bear, I mean? Yeah, that's it. TZA is a small cap inverse. NVAX, how the mighty have fallen. What a ride it was, huh? This genius owned the stock at like $3 and sold at like 7. thought I was king of the world on that move. Only to watch it go to 400. Charge point. This is one I think Andy or Steve was talking about this the other day. It's a nice looking chart. It's a nice looking chart. Procter Gamble. That's an all right looking chart. All right, let's switch this up a little bit. I think we've got a good snapshot of what's going on in here. Let's switch it up though. Let's go with options. And let's look at it based on call volume. And let's sort by call volume. And let's add that column. And see if that changes anything. Bring some of the green stocks to the top. Norwegian among them. Interesting. Ford with a lot of call contracts. And we look at this, but that's, so if we look at the put ratio, put to call ratio, it's not great here. We can add that in. Configure. Again, let's search options. And put to call ratio, and we can show that column. There's no automatic retracements. There's no like auto anything on charts, unfortunately. Perhaps someday we'll make it to that world. So you can see it's a pretty solid put to call ratio here. And keep adding columns. So let's see, Ford. Actually, more call contracts than put. Interesting.
Mr. Varley.
Yes, sir.
You can stay as long as you want, or you can leave now. How's that?
I will depart now so I can sneak in some lunch before my 3:30 Zoom. For today, if you want to, you want to shut down at 3 o'clock because I'll be launching from Zoom today.
Right. Okay. Okay.
So I will not be back on this end. So
yeah,
you can go ahead and take the command.
Okay. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, sir. And you look good. All right, I'm out of here. I'll see you later.
Great YouTubers, I am now back. And we were talking. Now, let me get my music going. Why is it so silent? No music. There we go. So I was just talking about this SBFM I mean, listen, it is basing beautifully here. I mean, a little bit of a channel, 530 to 560, I guess. Beautifully. Just need some volume. We've been a couple of what I would call false breakouts. When because I had some alerts set around the 560 mark, it did pop up, but I'm looking at the volume, it did not happen. I mean, you can sort of see the volume on the two, but I want to see some volume. So I want to see it on the 15. I want to see a big boom, big volume bar. Otherwise, it's just not going to pop like we want it to, in my opinion. Chris will the Zoom link. I will have it later. I don't know if he has it right now. Oh, I don't even I don't know if that's an inverse cup and handle. I don't look at patterns really like that. It may be. And even GME had a little $4 pop, guys. GME had a $4 pop right here. All right, what are you doing? CRDL having a little bit of a pop here out of consolidation. CRDL, Canadian stock, 57 million in the float. Not a huge float. However, look left. What do we see? Not that far away, the next high. So it's just not interesting to me. I mean, I bring it up because it came up on a scan. I wouldn't know until I see this that it's not interesting to me. All right, now I'll start to pay attention a little bit to Zach's topping plays, bounce plays. Probably, obviously, more the topping plays, unless we get a big rally in the market. So I'm looking for stocks that are, for whatever reason, even in the face of this market, they're topping out. Obviously, the last one was here. Now, again, the alert was at 12.99 and it got up to 13.45. So using my very scientific method of taking these trades, if you would put the alert at 12.99, so again, this is what I'm trying to say. So here we had the alert, 12.99 at 12.08. Okay, that was the time. Excuse me. Now it didn't stop at 12.99. It got all the way up to 13.48. Now, to me, that would have been probably a little too much, but the bottom line is if you put an alert here at 12.99, a price alert, when I'm talking about an alert, a price alert at 12.99, where that was the original alert, and then shorted it from there, that would have been excellent. I mean, in this particular case. Maybe a little bit too far because the idea then would be to put your stop at the high here. That would have been about a 50-cent stop, which to me is a little too much on a $12 stock. Now it did move a dollar, so it would have given you a 1 for 2 risk reward, but I would have liked to have seen it if I had seen this when I was on my break. What I would have liked to have seen is for this to maybe get up to, I don't know, 13.20 or something, and then come back down to that 12.99, and then you can take your short at 12.99 with about a 20-cent stop, which is realistic. All that makes sense. So I'm just waiting for another one. The bottoming, I mean, this is starting to bottom a little bit here, but again, actually, the market is starting to move a little bit in our favor. So this sort of a bottoming. Now the same thing, 2381. Is that right? 2381. You have to figure out on a bottoming play where, well, actually, in this particular case, the 2381 was gold because that's no, okay. So the same thing. Okay, so we had the alert at 2381 for a potential bottoming play. Okay, what did it get to? It got down to, you got down to 2326. So, and it is coming. I mean, again, that's 60 cents away. To me, it's just too much. Now we can put an alert here at 2381. That's the first alert. But ideally, you don't want to see a big, like a big difference between these, like that big a difference, in my opinion, anyway. So the bottom line is be selective on these and don't take a bounce unless the market is at least flattened out, in my opinion. Flattened out. Doesn't have to be moving higher, but you just don't want to see another red bar, another red bar, another red bar. Yeah, so Omni, I will give you my homepage link and you will find all the scans that I'm sharing, including that one. It's called Zach's Bouncers and Toppers. Okay. And so if you go my homepage link, oops, wrong one. Not sure how to delete that link. That's just the drop. That's not the link. So if you go here, no, that's not the link. This is the link here. Okay. Hit my homepage, go to my homepage, and then when you click on it, you will see this. Okay, you'll see this, including the scan section. Click here on the scan section, and it is called Zach's Bouncers and Toppers. Okay. And you don't get too many alerts, too many different alerts during the day. When I say different, we've only had three different alerts for the topping plays: the SST, the NRGV, and the THCA. I don't know how many we've had here. A few more on the bottoming plays, which makes sense because the market's been moving down. So you're going to get alerts for stocks that are moving down. Whether they bounce or not, that's another thing, of course. SST at 23.40. I will do it. SST at 23.40. All right, close enough. 23.41. Sure, that makes sense. I do see what you're looking at. The highs right there. See, at some point, does it take it out? Because, man, I mean, what did I get up to? $36. This one has been sneaky good. The ADMA been sneaky good. Tremendous relative volume, but been sneaky good. A little over the two. For the last few days, it's been, gone from 150 to two. That's a nice little percentage move. Basically, for me anyway, flying under the radar. I'm not sure I ever saw this one. Probably because every single day the relative volume was low. It didn't meet any of my scans, but it moved up and up and up. ADMA. Yeah, when you load it, if you just load it, you're only going to see the last ones. Okay. So the question was, how come when I just loaded, if you load any scan at all right, you're only going to see the last one. You're not going to see all the ones previous. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I'm just make sure. Yeah, my sound toggle is not turned off. Or my sound is not turned off. Just not getting too many new alerts. The SBFM again just continues this teasing. It's just teasing right here, guys. Again, get some volume and pop it through. I mean, we may get that late day rush on it. It's a great headline, with cancer soars on anti-cancer effect of mRNA molecules. Okay, so I mean, there's your headline, and it's an all-time high. And just because I don't know, somebody said it came off the pinks or something here. Hard to believe this truly. Well, maybe it was. I don't know. Maybe was it trading like this at 14 cents, 9 cents, 2 months ago? Well, this is starting to work for you, JK. The quadruple C. I'm sticking to my guns on this. I'm trying to create a rule-based entry for Zach scans. Okay. I'm going to miss some, absolutely for sure, but I'm going to try to create what I consider a bit of a rules-based entry for his scans, for the alerts we get from them. All right, CGNT, it's an earnings play, and it is just hitting my 10-day daily breakdown scan. Well, actually, that's not true. It hit at 12:25, and when I was on my break, all-time low. It is an earnings play, and they won't give it to me. A lot of shares available, but this uptick rule, and I'm not going to chase it. I tried to get it, but the uptick rule nailed me 27% down. So anything over 10% down, I may your the uptick rule can definitely prevent you from getting where you a trade where you want it, and I'm just not going to chase it down. It's an all-time low now too. CGNT. The reason it didn't show up a little earlier, I can just see right now, the relative volume now is 9.8, and I needed 8. I needed 8, so probably until we got that alert right there, the relative volume wasn't quite 8. ADP, I'll look at it just for fun. I know Real will examine it a lot better than I will, but 37.16. Okay, so this is what I see. All right. If you took this right now, even if you thought this is a nice setup, like what are your expectations? Because I mean, I see a ton of resistance not that far away, 20 cents away. And for on a $37 stock, to me, that's too close. I mean, just look at that 15-minute chart. There's all that resistance that's got to get through. That's what I see anyway. Okay, guys, muting myself for a bit here. All right, this one, FGF is on fire here. Look at this FGF. Seen it? I have seen it before. And 383. Oh, I thought it was 1380. Well, probably has too much resistance right around that 4 level. Yeah, but what I'm doing is I'm chewing a candy, so you probably hear that, right? I guess that's but I do have it on. Really? Good. That is not good. You guys can hear. Interesting. Hmm. Well, let's see if this is working then, guys. I mean, so if I hammer on my table, are you hearing that now? No. How can you hear my wife who's in another room but you can't hear my hammering on a table, which is right at the mic. That's interesting. Well, I don't know what to say about that. Hmm. Yeah, no kidding. That doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. In fact, I'm waiting for the leaf blowers to come by. I don't know if they're going to come by today. They've doing leaf blowing. They're here, but I don't. So I really wanted to test it then. Hmm. Yeah. So what you're saying is it wants to pick up voices, but it just mutes everything else. I guess that kind of makes sense. I guess I should ask them, the people who have designed the software, see if that's if there's some setting. Probably not. Anyway, well, guys, I mean, I'm just sort of sitting here waiting for something to happen here. Well, I didn't take this one, the Sage, because just I'm just not too into swing trading. But I was mentioning this one yesterday. The Sage has a potential for anybody who's interested. They had the news yesterday. It is a bio, so you always have to be aware of that. But I looked. Why it was on my watch list is because if it ever took out that 38.20, which it is trying to now, it's at 38.83. I mean, look here, 42 is the next level, and that's the 200-day moving average. That's $4 away. The next high is way over here at 44. So give me a moment, please, guys. I am going to put myself on mute just for a couple of minutes here. Fired a little note off to the CRISPR people, the guys who have this noise canceling software, just to see what they might say about that. Meanwhile, guys, what time is it? 1:32. 1:32. Well, I am in a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. Really losing interest. Got nothing really going here. Just kind of waiting on that. Well, look at the SBFM now. It doesn't look like it's going to do it. It has broken down It is broken. Wow, yeah, look at this. It broke down quite a bit here. So, and it's not shortable for me, so I guess that's that for this one for today anyway. Yeah, the DSP is just made a new high, I guess. Intraday high, I guess. That would have been it up here, 384. I do not. Yeah, I do not see any specific news for DSP. I'm just glancing at some headlines. I don't see any specific news today for it. I don't see any. I haven't seen any real news on it. I mean, I see some headlines, but I don't see any specific reason, for yesterday or today on an earnings play. Our news, I don't see anything up here. I mean, this is not news. All right, these guys got kind of hit. That's right, with the end of the advertising identifiers with Apple, etc. Yeah, now I sort of remember this one now. Well, I hope you took your profits on the CCCC because now this is on the way down again. So I'm sure you must have taken your profit on CCCC. Just waiting for a a bounce play, or sorry, a topping play, because now with the market cruising on the way down again, I'd love to see a topping play. Sage did not hit. Well, remember now, I have a price max on it, so probably didn't hit it because that for that reason. Yeah, actually, no, I have a $50 price. All right, so why didn't it hit it? Oh, I can tell you why. My minimum volume is 500,000 shares, so it's only 377. My relative volume, yeah, I don't have a relative volume, minimum relative, but I do have a minimum volume, so that's why I didn't hit it. That's okay, but yeah, it would have worked, I guess, pretty nicely. I mean, it's 30 cents so far. Yeah, it wasn't that, it was the minimum volume. My minimum volume is 500,000. No, I know. Why is that? I wonder why. Is there a difference from, I mean, before I had the noise canceling? I mean, she's always been there. I mean, I'd hate to think that this thing is making it worse. No, I'm just playing around. The reason you're hearing my voice getting louder and sometimes is because I'm playing around with the mic with the voice canceling or the noise canceling. Meanwhile, CGNT continues down. Shoot, that would have been a beauty. Even at 846, well, beauty 825 now, but that uptick they just wouldn't give it to me. I went in a couple of times. I went in at 845, 844, 843. The bid was there, but because of that uptick rule, they just wouldn't fill me, and I just did not want to, keep following it down. All right. So what you're saying is, I just better keep talking, talk, 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 and you'll never hear her. Okay, that'll be a challenge. All right. What do we talk about, guys? Well, I'll be putting you guys on mute in about 20 minutes anyway. What are those leaf blowers? Boy, the CJNT really picked up steam. I mentioned this one in the pre-market. I saw this in the pre-market, and I knew this was an all-time low here. It just didn't show up though until it hit that 8 relative volume. But this could be interesting tomorrow even. I mean, it's an earnings play. I mean, who's going to step in and buy it? I mean, it's an all-time low. What would be I mean, I'm not saying at any point, there are people who look for any sort of a bottom fishing experience, but I mean, this is an, I mean, the news is out. It's an earnings play. Obviously, no good. Oh, very cool. Very cool. These guys are pretty good. I mean, I listen. I'm going off the beaten path here. I sent something up. I sent them some information about this is CRISPR. This is the voice canceling. Yeah, and they said basically they can analyze my voice and they'll eliminate any other voice. And they tell me how to do it. Cool. Okay. I'll do that afterwards. She's not talking now, Dwayne. That's why. Oh man, yeah. I mean, I've traded Sava before and I've got whipped around a couple of times, but look at that, 35, 31.83 now on the way down. ANGH, let's take a look at ANGH. ANGH. Wild, and again, it's sort of a theme here. Yeah, the volume's coming in now. The relative volume is only 1.6. Therefore, I'm not going to see it. Doesn't mean we can't trade it. Let's take a look at this on the daily chart. Yeah, so so is this a SPAC or it became a SPAC? I'm sorry, this was this a SPAC? First Arab tech company to be listed on Nasdaq. I think this, yeah, okay. So this was a SPAC, became ANGH, and you can see really did nothing. Actually, this might have been the announcement way back when, but then the merger didn't happen until a little while ago. The actual merger. Do I use short float and short interest? I don't have a scan for it. I mean, I know I know what it is because obviously I got it in my single stock window. But I mean I have a scan. I don't use it because most of the things that I see are probably low floats anyway, because there's only one way a stock can usually have relative volume of 8 and moving up, 5, 10, 15, 30%. That will be a low float. So I don't typically, I don't need that filter. I do have a scan that's called, I'm talking to someone in a YouTube room. I do have a scan for short low float movers. I mean, if you want it, you can have it, but I don't find I don't really have to do it. You know, most of the things I see are going to be low float just because of the percentage moves that they have. So just to give you an idea. So if you click on my link and you go to my scan section, this is what you'll see. So one of them low floaters on the move. Okay. So I do have a scan, I guess specific. I think the max float is 20 million. Your first you can adjust it, Bill. Adjust it to a price range you might want. You can, make the float lower if you want, like the max float. It's up to you. I think it's 20 million. And of course, you can adjust it downwards if you want. I'm not sure the short float percent is there. You can add it. You might want to put 15 max or min 15 just to see. I'm not sure I have that in there. 15 is probably pretty low or pretty high, I should say. So you want to use that as a min. You can try that. I'm not sure it's there. All you have to do is add it. You know how to add, right? You know how to add. You know how to add a filter. So if you take it, just right click, configure, search, and then type in float, FLOAT float, and here is the short float percent. Excuse me, the short float percent. So you can add the filter if it's not there. I can't remember, and you could put say a minimum of 15%, coupled with a low float. Let's see if that 15.8 corresponds to what I said. I didn't look at the 15.8. I just looked at all this resistance. Yeah, so there's the 8 and there's the 15. So yeah, it's about this, it's sort of the same. I mean, what I said real is, I mean, I would never take this trade here because look at all that resistance right here. And that kind of corresponds to that 8. So it would have to get over that. Well, even then though, actually it's drifting down. I don't think you would take that trade unless it broke this, unless I'm because I mean there's a lot of resistance around 37, 34-ish. So even if it broke above, I'm not sure I would take that trade. Yeah, so it was a bounce now. Okay, and the VIR 2381. What could you have got that at? That's the news. No longer authorized to treat COVID in the United States, VIR. FDA news. Zach just posted it. Yeah, so I would rarely take anything at a bio in a swing, but NVAX, yeah, I mean, there's no entry yet, in my opinion. I mean, this has just been, this has come from all the way up to 330 down to 66. It's a virus play, obviously. I don't see any entry. Who asked that question? Joey. Yeah, I mean, a swing bounce. I mean, you got to have. To me, I mean, there's just nothing happening with it other than moving down. I mean, at some point, is it going to stop? Maybe, but remember now, this is a virus play, and I don't really even remember seeing Novavax that much compared to Moderna and Pfizer and Johnson. Yeah, okay. You tell me how it works. I mean, even right here, I mean, there's a breakdown on the weekly even. I mean, listen, you do what you have to do, of course, but I'm just not seeing it. It might be a delivery. Just one moment, please. Just out of interest, did you guys hear that phone? Wow. No phone. Okay. Wow. CLSN guys, Clipper Realty. Why are you moving higher? Clipper Realty, CLPR. Again, you just look at these and you wonder why are they moving? No news. It's just because. Not very much volume, 190,000. That represents 6 times normal volume. So this does not trade very much. Oh, you mean a swing bounce on the way down. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about. I thought you meant a swing. Well, when I hear bounce, I think bounce, but okay. Well, I mean now there's if you look left on the monthly chart, 40/50. Is that right? Yeah, so 40/50 is the next low looking left on the monthly. On the weekly, I don't know where it would be. Like it's a well, I mean, it's still down. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's got a lot of room underneath, obviously. Definitely fallen out completely out of favor. Oh, I see. Okay, that's what's happening with the CLSN. $45 point pump. Sure. That's Brookline, is what Zach is talking about. $45 price target. What a bunch of nonsense that is, but okay. Thank you. Yeah. You'll sell at 44.99. That's funny. What's the spread like? Not the spread, but yeah, very low float, 5.7 million in the float. So very low float. So that news obviously hit right here. Yeah, so even IB had that at 125. So right here. So I mean that was pretty. I think I like IB's news, guys. I mean it's not the $100 or whatever you guys who pay for a news service pay, but it's pretty darn good. So are you answering your own question, Trade 20? It's along with the VIR, right? The same thing with as VIR. Here's that news right there. GSK no longer authorized to treat COVID in the United States for whatever reason. All right, guys. So I'm going to get into this marketing meeting. It starts at around 2, so I'm going to put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. And continuing to watch this SBFM. I mean, it may do it, guys. It may do it. I mean, it's come right back. Just need the volume. I know I keep harping on it, but it just needs the volume. I mean, some big volume burst, especially seeing it on the 15-minute chart. All right, guys. So it is now 2:39. So I got about another 20 minutes left in the room in on the mic anyway. The room will be open until 3:30. At that point. Now Chris is not in the YouTube room at 3:30. So again, this is the new deal. Tuesdays and Thursdays now he's conducting a GoToWebinar. I will get the link to put into both the YouTube room and the main room if you want to head over there. It's mainly geared for people brand new, okay? That's the whole idea of it. Yeah, so I see you're okay, you dropped it in there. I just found it hard to copy. Tried to do it the other day. Maybe that's okay. Yeah, I see it was truncated. So if you just put it in the in Slack, that's easier for me. Thank you, Chris. Excuse me. Thank you, Chris. All right, guy. Wow, there it goes. There it goes, guys. Excuse me, VM, SBFM. Starting to run now. It's a nice little break now. The volume, you can kind of see the volume in the 5-minute chart. Yeah, the VWAP test 571. So I guess it passed the test, sort of. Way above. Look at that. Look at that 200-day moving average for it. 49 cents. You don't see that too often, guys. Oh, I see, Chris. Okay. But yeah, but in the room. Okay. Thank you. Well, that is a big kaboom, guys. Now, how much more of a kaboom can it be? There's the high up here, 681. What did it get to? Boy, talk about patience. I mean, the volume came in. Okay, you can see the volume coming in on the 5 minute chart. Look at it compared to the rest of them, and you can start to see what time is it now? 2:43. It's not huge volume on the 15, but you can kind of see that it's a little bit bigger than all the rest of them for the last 3 hours. Okay, MJ. Okay, let's take a look at MJ. Yeah. So what does that mean, though? Hope to act on the marijuana bill soon. I mean, that just bring it up to vote. I mean, there's no way it passes, right? I mean, it's nice to see that they're going to bring it up, but what's the likelihood that it's going to pass? Yeah, so if you don't want to play the individual stocks, just play MJ. That's the ETF. Yeah, so a perfect circle. There's a fix. They showed me what I'm supposed to do. Once I shut down the room and all, there's a way in which it'll just recognize my voice. So just can't do it right now. Well, yeah, it's to me, it's chasing now. I mean, listen, it could rip higher, but to me, it's chasing now. I mean, that was for me, that was the entry around that 570 mark, right just at that VWAP. And now it's just hope and pray. Can it get close to that high? How much patience we had to have on this one, though. I mean, before it finally broke. I mean, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, from 10:30 to 2:30. So 4 hours, guys, before that finally broke. Well, I wouldn't build a position on this one personally, I mean, because it's too risky. I mean, that float 3.9 million. That's just me though, okay? Yes, it's an all-time high. I mean, it may rip tomorrow again, but this is a little bio. And yes, it had a great press release regarding mRNA and cancer, but it's a very low float, so this is the type of thing that I typically would not do. I would not hold. Nothing perfect circle. I'm going to do all this once once I get rid of you guys. They showed me what I'm supposed to do. Record my voice. It'll recognize my voice and all that. So they showed me what to do. All right, guys, 2:48. So getting set to mute myself pretty soon here. Room will be open until 4:30. 4:30. No, 3:30. So if there are any questions, please ask them now while I'm still on the mic. All right, SBFN is still trying to hold six. So key for it to hold six. Look how choppy GME was all day. Basically, well, for me anyway, untradeable. Unless you took it from here and kind of held it down here. But look at this, just very choppy. GME. Probably AMC is doing the same thing. Look at the bottoming tails on AMC on the 15-minute chart. Look at these three in a row right here. Boy, the sellers tried. Buyers kept moving it higher. An argument to be made if it takes out 2185. But then there's that VWAP on top, 2214. So it's probably too close. A lot of volume too for for this cleaver. CLVR. Can't get too excited about it for me though. I just, I mean, if you get in at 2 and sell at 226, great, but I just cannot get too enthused the long term about any one of these. Yeah, what does he mean by that? Short sale restricted. It's not short sale restricted. Huh. Well, I mean, I knew what you meant. I knew what he meant by that, but yeah, it's a blatant lie. Interactive Brokers got about 1 million shares. You saw me what I did here in the simulator. I just wanted to show you how you can take a trade, and that's what I did on the SBFM. I took the 400 shares in the simulator, 565. The price is 609 now. So if I want to get out of the trade, I just flatten it. And that's what I'm going to do. I just want to show you how you can do this sort of stuff. I also want to show you here with the distance from the exit price. Okay. See that SLI, I got out at 886. Okay, this is exactly what you want to see. Minus 47. Okay, what that means is that where I got out of the trade, it is 47 cents underneath that price, which is, of course, exactly what you want to see. That's telling me, okay, that was a good exit. All right, so that's why I like to have the max P&L, total P&L, and the distance from the exit price. Now, this is a scary one. I know it showed up on your, well, it's not shortable for me anyway. It shows up on Zach's topping scan, but this is a scary one, FRGE. Even though it says we've got 107 million, I don't believe that. I think there's something, I think it's something less than that. I think somebody actually pointed that out. This one got up to what, 40 odd dollars. This was a SPAC, excuse me, a SPAC turned into FRGE a few days ago, back on the 22nd of March. Kind of chopped around for a bit and then just took off. Got all the way up to almost $50 from 10 before it fell back to earth. So I'm just going to put the announcement in so you can see what's going to happen. I'm afraid to look at CLSN. Yeah, oh my gosh, is right. Dang is right. Dang is right. It's funny, when I was in the our marketing meeting, I was showing the guys this when I said, hey, guess what? Got a little $45 price target on it. We're kind of laughing about that, but hey, maybe maybe Brookline will have the last laugh. Unbelievable. 5.7. How can it happen? 5.7 million in the float. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with this one tomorrow. Used to see Celsius a lot more, especially well, back here. Remember these this month night? Did it get up to $100 or is that split adjusted? This is back in June of 2020. Hey guys, be careful on the SBFM. If you took it, you don't want to see it take out six in a big way. Now it may, as Real said, it may bounce off the VWAP. It may. There's the VWAP 573. So I've traded some out. I mean, I'm not in this really anymore to any great extent. I just don't. I don't trust it. I wanted to take advantage of waiting for 4 hours to get finally a trade here. Okay, guys, getting set again. Anything happening in terms of any questions right now? I'm getting set to put myself on mute. Again, I'm here and I can always hop back on the mic. All right, guys, I don't see any questions, so I'm going to put myself on mute. And again, the room will be open until 3:30. Chris has already put a link in for the Zoom meeting that'll start at 3:30. In the YouTube room, I have access to the link, so I'll put it in the YouTube room before I shut everything down, and of course the main room. So keep an eye out for that one.